YouTube, Cool Cats and Kittens, and Instagram / I guess Twitch, because I'm on Twitch. Anyways, let's get to it. I'm gonna play this song. I got my buddy Mr. McChickino. I still can't say it right. Mr. McChickino. Good name, great name. I'm on it. I'm also going to go over the thing that I was talking about before. I ended up having to leave a little bit early. I don't have to leave early today. I can actually stay late, so that's good. Besides that, I'm going to show you this song.
Ever read the poetry of the great Arabian Guru Lahima? Guru Lahima lived 4,000 years ago in the northern air temple. It is said that he unlocked the secret of weightlessness and became untethered from the earth, living his final 40 years without ever touching the ground. But all revealing tale, it remained true. Lahima once wrote, "Instinct is a lie, told by a fearful body, hoping to be wrong." It means that when you base your expectations only on what you see, you blind yourself to the possibilities of a new reality. Nature is constantly changing, like the wind. Guru Lahima lived 4,000 years ago in the northern air temple. It is said that he unlocked the secret of weightlessness and became untethered from the earth, living his final 40 years without ever touching the ground. Like all revealing tales, it became true. Lahima once wrote, "Instinct is a lie, told by a fearful body, hoping to be wrong." It means that when you base your expectations only on what you see, you blind yourself to the possibilities of a new reality.
people power washing what seems to be my house, or my mom's house. So might have a little bit of a audio issue. No problem though. No problem. This is without the vocal stuff. Yes. Okay, so that's about it for this. Let's open up Mr. McChickino's. Mr. McChickino's. Mr. McChi. Fuck. Mr. McChickino's project that I had opened earlier. I was in a hurry last time, so let's pop it open. So, what we have, oh, hold on. We have, I didn't do much. Let me see if you're here. Oh, your headphones only work in one ear? It actually could be a little bit of like a little bit of dust or dirt or something in the connector thing, right? And I would take a look at the rings on the thing, because those actually are insulators that because each ring is a connector. Just but if the speakers are busted, then the speakers are busted. You know what I mean? But yeah, we'll see. So I got yours up. I don't know if you're still on it. I got yours up. I have it set to start right here just because I wanted to get this in time for it. I don't know why it's not playing. So that's the snare. The snare's not perfect yet because I didn't really have enough time last time. But this is what, you know, if you had this is for like kind of a little bit more. That's also a bad way to do it because you're going to create phasing. So what you could do is actually to either add an overdrive or erosion. Remember, you don't have to do a lot, so you can turn the drives down to the dry wet. And it just adds a little bit. It's almost imperceptible, right? So it's not making it worse. It's just giving it a little bit of color. This erosion with the noise. Alright, so that gives it, again, a little bit more color. And then you can also add a reverb. You make the room small. Shape down. I don't know exactly what it is. I think the shape down means it's more of a box than it is a hall or an open size room. The decay time a little bit lower. The diffusion you want high. So that just adds a little bit more color to the snare. Sounds like it's a little bit out of tune, so let's try bringing this. So that's what I do for the snare. The snare is very simple, though. I mean, like the sound, the original snare is very simple. Let me turn all this off. I'll go through this. Are you still there? That was a. I know, but I still kind of want to. Yeah, I'm with you. I feel bad because I was out for way longer than I expected. I didn't have access to my computer, so, and I wanted to send you some. This is what I did to the master you had. It's just this, and then you give it a little bit of boost, right? And then you toss it into with this master. You toss it. I don't know if you have ozone, but you just toss it in this. I just use the master assistant and let it figure it out. Okay, no problem. I'll show you a replacement for all of it. So let's look at what this ozone did to the original sound, or let's look at the end result. The end result is what we care about. So you see the RMS is around -9 to -3 at the maximum there, right? That's what your main goal is. When you're mixing without, ozone helps you with a lot of shit, but the real truth is you got to mix in the K system. This means that you don't care about the peaks. Forget about peaks, but you look at the RMS, and you want the RMS to be. You look at a certain level for the RMS, and anything over that level is a little bit loud, and then a little bit more than that is very loud, and then under that is quiet. And then what you do is you're mixing it, so you kind of think about everything as RMS, and you're thinking about it being down around -18, -24, -14, or -8 sometimes if you have very few instruments. And then what you do in the master is you're going to pull that low volume all the way back up. You pull it right back up. So if we were to do this without ozone, let's see. See how it's mostly the RMS is, you kind of, and this is just the master with the RMS is added, but it's around -12 to -18 is the RMS level. Yeah, it's oscillating in between there. We want to get that up to around like -6 as the middle point, and -10 and -3 RMS as the minimum maximum when something's happening. So how do you do this? First of all, he has ozone is the he I'm referring to, has this that it came up with. This is not a bad EQ. This is a common EQ. There's a reason why that makes sense, and it is this spectrum. You want this to have a uniform curve this way. From like it's called pink noise has the curve, so you can use pink noise to gauge whether or not your mix, or even if your mix isn't good. What you could do is this: you can take an EQ8 or another EQ, very low Q, and you can start doing this, and you can duplicate them like this, which actually brought the high frequency up, right, and kept this low frequency down. Usually this area right here This whole area is what's going to make your mix sound way too overdriven. And this is usually a mud spot. So I usually just give it a little dip. And then what you do is you just kind of keep looking at this. But before I keep looking at this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a glue compressor. I'm going to drop it to -40. I'm going to bring the attack up to 30 and the release down to 1. Why did I bring up the attack all the way? That's actually what glue compression is a long attack. Whereas to control transients, you bring it all the way down. But this is to kind of make things stay within their realm. And then this makes things that get really loud really quickly not do that. They don't do that. But then the release is something that is also, it's the inverse. It's the opposite of the attack. So short is like to make it go, is for glue, and while high, right around 1.2, is for transients. It depends on, this one depends. Release depends the most. But we're going to bring it down to 0.1 because high tech, slow release, glue. So you can see how much we're compressing. We're compressing about 5 or 6 decibels. And we're just going to give it makeup. And soft clip it. Again, we want around 6 or 7 decibels of compression because we're mixing at -16 RMS here. So let's bring it up to 10, maybe even more. So this glue compressor is essentially doing... And there we have it right there. Exactly where we wanted it. And you're mixing it low, so you have a lot of headroom. And, this is where I would add another EQ8 in. I add a lot of EQ8s because I don't like to screw up things that I already got right earlier. So... Then it's just cutting and then boosting. You turn the volume up. When you cut something EQ, you boost. This scale function here can really help also. Yeah, and the reason why I have this 1 and 6 or 8 always with these passes is because this acts as an anti-aliasing filter and this acts as a DC filter. I just have it on by default. Sometimes I don't, depending on if I'm going to be doing something like this, which is mid-side. And I want the side to not have any stereo. But I do want to give it a little bit there. I'm going to give this a little bit of a boost. Maybe drop that a little bit. But give that a little bit of boost. These are weird curves. I wouldn't do these generally. I don't do these until the very end when I'm just screwing around with the master. But that's about that. You know what I mean? Sarah! What's going on, Sarah? I gotta get my camera. I gotta get a camera going on. I'm pumped you guys actually came on. I'm on here. I'm gonna be on here for probably another 10 hours, but I don't want you guys to leave. Yeah, I want you guys to interact with the community here. Mr. McChiquino, you don't need ozone. You can just use EQ as well as yeah. So in FL Studio, so I have FL Studio also. I'll pull that up for you. Ah, crap. You know, hold on, I'll just bring it in through here. So, in FL Studio, the way I would do it, I use FL Studio primarily for its ability to have patching integrated. The patcher in FL Studio, as well as Reason. I have Reason as well, and the way I do it in here, I'm not very good at that with the FL Studio stuff. But if I were to put something on the master, this is exactly how I'd do it. Okay, I gotta download that, but not right now. I would do this. Patcher, drag in the patcher. Add plugin. I don't know what if you I don't know. Do you have any Fab Filter stuff? Do you have maybe you have any EQ? What would you say the best? They have an EQ in here. They have a graphical EQ. I've seen it used before in like some seamless videos. It's like the fruity EQ something. What is it? Something like that. Parametric EQ2 maybe. So you know, you do this in sequence the same way I did this in sequence. This right here is a mid-side EQ, which means mid-side encoding works as if it looks at difference in between the middle. So it's not just mono and then stereo. It's actually what's the difference between the it's different. It's what's the difference between the two and what's the similarity between the two. Not mono stereo. So just keep that in mind. You can do the same parametric EQ stuff that I just did here in a line. Where's the FL Studio? Here we go. You know, just duplicate. I gotta add another one. Okay. EQ2. So you just drop that over there. So you do a few of these in series, and then what you do is I would say, I'm gonna guess that they have a good soft clipper. That's good because that's gonna allow you to kind of drive a little bit. But the other thing is, if you're looking at the not this, but the mixing console. Let me see if I can get this a little smaller. Again, I don't use FL Studio a lot except for the patcher, and I use it as if it's a VST. So I'm not really doing much mixing or anything of the sort inside of it. So you'd be mixing to around here. I'm pretty sure the mixing algorithm FL Studio has is a lot better though. Just an FYI. Remember, this is supposed to be on the master chain, and the last thing would be the compressor of some sort. I don't know about this compressor. I feel like there's another one that I should probably be looking at. Not this one for sure. Not this one. But the possibly. Oh, this multi-band compressor. This is. I didn't know they had one because Ableton does have one. Not very good. They actually have phasing issues in theirs. But this one is actually a good thing to have. There's a graph for that type of stuff, and this is all about. So when you EQ something out, you cut something out. It sounds like the sound got a little bit lower, but what you do is you just boost the gain at the end. So I turn stuff down in here, right? I'm turning a couple things down, and I'm boosting a thing here. Maybe I bring this over a little bit because I want that because the bass is a little bit too high compared to the pink noise. And then you always want to have this to be a shelf. Low shelf, or not shelf, I'm sorry, low cut, very high, very high shelf, again, high pass, but you want the Q to be high. I don't know how to do that in here. I don't use this too often, but then at the end you could run it through multi-band compression. But you also really want to just take a regular compressor and glue it. So maybe fruity compressor. feel like there's another one I've seen. There's another compressor somewhere. Visual, no. You could also use a stereo enhancer or shaper as well in the master. Just very light. You don't wanna screw stuff up on that in that sense. Maybe this. It's a soft clipper, so I guess it does kind of work if in Ozone you were using one of the I think it was IRC2. IRC2 is the equivalent that has a clipping algorithm, so. Well, there's nothing really running through here, but that's how I would do it in FL Studio as far as I know. If there's better, methods, you tell me, because I do not know which plugins to use in relation to Ableton's. I just looked at that, and that's what made the most sense. But if you look at this Ozone, that's all it's really doing. You got this EQ, then this dynamic EQ is essentially a multi-band compression. Then this is that soft clipping thing with the drive. See if you even hit here, not here. 3 clipping right there. That's one. That's a good one. Really, you should have the mix good enough to go into the. You're just bringing the volumes up. So that's that. Let's see. I think it was pumping before. True peak has to do with the ADC, but it's irrelevant. Yes. So compression is limiting. Compression is limiting. It's just super. No. Limiting is a type of compression. It's just super fast, and soft clipping is a even further integration of limiting, where it actually won't be totally dependent on. It's not a totally nonlinear system. It is totally nonlinear, but nonlinear means it's just when you plug in 5 and you get out 10, usually in a linear system. When you plug in 5 in a nonlinear system, it might be 10, it might be 7, it might be 9, it might be 13. So it changes. Depending on some sort of state variable or an additional variable input. All compression is nonlinear. These EQs are all a lot of EQs are nonlinear. You want the nonlinear EQs. That's actually kind of inverted in how you can take EQs off, or you can adjust volume, and you can adjust a lot of stuff with EQs. But once you run it through a compressor, you lose a lot of the ability to do certain things properly, because it does modify the sound in ways that do not have a correlation that is exact, if that makes sense. So the attack is boosted and the compressor, the release is lowered. Yes, so the longer the attack, so the way the attack works in a compressor is, the compressor is looking at the threshold. And when it sees something hit the threshold, it starts to lower it by a factor of whatever the ratio is. So it starts to turn down the volume, and it takes the attack long to turn down the volume. So to glue something together, you want to drop the threshold really low, and then turn the attack really high. So it's going to turn it down like lower, but it's actually going to do it in a very smooth fashion. Whereas when the attack is really short, it's going to cut like transient. So if you have a snare or a kick, and it's just really loud, it clicks. Anytime something's clicking all of a sudden, every time you press a key, it's clicking. You want the attack short. But when you want to take a lot of sounds and combine them and glue them together, you have a long attack. Then the release has to do with how long does it take before it turns the volume back up regularly, right? So a short release, sometimes you'll hear like 80s drums, like 80s like snares, like, and they have this like reverb tail to them that's really loud. That is a short release. Whereas if it was long release, it would just be like. It's because it's bringing up the lower stuff longer than it should, because the release is so long. But the main thing is the attack, and then you just should fiddle with the release, if that makes sense. See, this is all I did to the master. It was a premix I think you sent me, and this was the one. These are the two changes I did. That's about it, and then I just added the snare, and then the mastering chain. Yeah, but in the end, long attack glue. Short attack transient control. That's a good way to think of it. But let me send you. I'm going to send you this file if I can. I know the Ozone won't work, but I'm leaving this chain in. Oh, you have FL Studio. Crap. All right. Well. We'll talk about it, though. I don't know how else to get this to you, because I'm not comfortable enough in FL Studio to even I don't know how to use it too well. I just use it as a VST, if that makes sense. Yeah, but dude, I do like FL Studio a lot, and I've used it a bit. I don't know if I have. We'll make something new though. We'll make something new. I'll use FL Studio. You gotta tell me what to do when we get into. And then my should be fine. I would love to get a good hang of FL Studio, because I think it's a really nice DAW. I think it has really good. What's it called? I think their mixing algorithm is really good. I'll show you how I use it through here, by the way. It involves because I use Ableton as my sequencing, and like my main board, and then I outboard the synthesis and certain effects to FL Studio or Reason. One problem I've been I gotta upgrade to the FL Studio. I already have what's you know what? I did say to upgrade. I was saying there's problems with it. Yeah, I mean, dude, Ableton's definitely something that's I mean, there's a reason why I have both FL Studio and Reason. Well, I have Reason and I have FL Studio, but the reason why I have them is because Ableton is missing some core things that they instead opted for a a really smooth workflow system. So they do a good job with keeping things very, things are organized and reproducible. Like I can take effect chains. You can do similar stuff to. You just can't do certain things as you can in the other ones. Where's come on? Here we go. Let me see. What's this error? Hmm. I'm just gonna exit out of this as well. And that's good. Try again. Try again. Really? What is this? 0 bytes. Why is it That's usually a bad sign of a. Oh, nope, never mind. Went away. Very weird. Alright, let's redo this again one more time. Yeah, there we go. I know we already saved that. So this is how I do it, right? I have FL Studio in here. Let me see, G. So I use it as a VST. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take this off and use the multi. I'll show you why I use the multi, but this is audio routing, and certain VSTs and stuff have this ability. I'm pretty sure it's much easier. Is it 3? Okay. Yeah, so that's the thing. That's what you do. So that's the trick. Believe me, this is it took me like 6 years to figure it out. I figured this out a few months ago. You turn down the most important parts where they're all like where they're supposed to be the loudest. Turn them all down in the EQ, and then you turn the gain, not in the EQ, but you turn after the EQ or using the EQ's entire gain, you gain everything up. What you're doing is flattening the curve, and what you're doing is allowing them to add on top of each other and not be extremely resonant, if that makes sense. So they still, when you add that, 2 or 3 guitar samples that are all in the mid area. The other thing you could do is you can add delay, but no feedback, 100% dry wet, and then the delay is just a millisecond on the left, 3 milliseconds on the right. That's the Haas effect, and that actually will open up your mix as well as fix phasing. A lot of phasing issues are fixed with that. It's called the Haas effect, Haas. Well, remember, I'm a digital signal processing engineer and computer scientist. So, you know, I'm getting my certification to work on satellites right now. So, like, you know what I mean? I understand. It's really weird. It doesn't make any sense. But the real trick, it's very counterproductive. The one thing about the EQ is the most important part. Weirdly, it's EQ. You don't even need to really master a track if you can get EQ and mixing down to a T. You don't even need to master the track. All right, so this is playing through FL Studio, by the way. So let's see. How do you get? This is where I start to get confused a lot. Cause I know it's this, right? Is what's playing. And this is where, see, like now I'm just using a patcher. I get to patch it in like a circuit, and I'm good to go. So I could take. I like Harmor a lot. Um, the one thing about this is I always forget how to get this shit working. To be honest, it goes from here, and I know it's supposed to go out to this. God damn it! You know what? I give up. I already give up. See, this is what happens when it comes to trying to integrate it. Yeah, but it's really about. I swear to God, it's all two things, and it's mixing where you look at RMS instead of peak. You forget about the peak. You look at RMS, mix with RMS because that's the loudness, average loudness, and then equalization, which allows you to choose real estate for frequency. So when I do this, and then a different, let's say this is this track, and then a different track, I have it like this. So now these aren't conflicting. In fact, I could actually get them way lower as a unit. You know, if this was in here and this one's there, these two separate tracks, and then you could glue them together. You know, it depends. Here, I'll show you a few examples of really weird looking EQ, but that it's the most important thing, and it is what you turn down is what seems to be the most important part of the sound. You turn down the most important part of the sound to pull out the rest of the volume. I'll go back to this one because I want to keep working on it actually. See, I'm kind of like dipping it here, but then I'm turning the whole sound up by 4 decibels. EQ is like, think about it like you're in your car and you turn the bass, mids, and treble up and down. It's like how you balance in frequency. It's like mixing, but instead of mixing in like the volume of different sounds, you're mixing the frequencies of the different sounds. So you're like, it's like what you want to do is you want to make like everything kind of be like this at the end, which is supernatural, like very natural as a noise type. Whereas white noise is straight across, pink noise is it has this curvature, right? That's what you want. In terms of, like, you see, it's from 100 hertz. It's around. This is, you don't have to do the volume, but this, it starts at -36 and it ends at, this is around the human hearing range, and it ends at 60 hertz. So from -35 hertz or decibels to negative almost 60 decibels over the 10,000 range. So you want that curvature, the way that's what you're EQing. You're EQing sounds to make them look more like this. Or some sounds, if you make it look like different, where one sound is like this, it's going to have a little bit more of a raspier, higher frequency sound to it. And then if the bass is up here and then everything else is down here, like, so the bass is up and then I'll show you in here. I think I should have mix matcher, which is an Ableton thing, but mix matcher. I can use a pink noise reference, and I like to average, and let's see what it sounds like. Can you hear the track? Let me do something real quick. Let me try this. Get that off. So yes, you're about right. It's the tone. It's the pitch is the pitch of the sound. In Ableton, you can see it here. This frequency is equivalent of the C5 key on the piano. All these different frequencies are keys on the piano. Literally, they are. If you played, like I hit this key this hard, and then I hit this one a little bit less, and then I hit this one this hard, and so you can see how it's kind of going up with the amount of power required. Right. So that's what the frequency spectrum is, and you want it to have this average. This is natural to the human ear. Peak volume is the maximum loudness, the maximum value in positive or negative, but RMS is like average loudness. How loud is it over a given amount of time, right? So the thing with that is the RMS is actually more realistic to what your ears perceive than the what's it called, the peak values are. All right, tell me if you hear it now. By the way, so the really light green in Ableton is RMS, and then the green that goes above the light green is the peak. And then these are buses, so all of these sounds are routed kind of into here, and then it goes to this master track. So you can see they're not really that loud. They're not hitting very high, but in the master you'll see it gets up here, even though they all stay pretty low. and that's because I'm bringing them up at the end in the master. I'm just giving it a lot of headroom here, which is important, very important. Mixing with the RMS. Not a lot of people mix with RMS. They think peak is the important thing. RMS is the way to do it. I'll show you a paper for it. Essentially, yes, but also no, but yes it is. Like when you're looking at like stocks, you're looking at a real time, people selling and buying at the same time, and the price is, it has to do with, almost the confidence in the stock or something. But what you're looking at is a histogram, which is a frequency distribution. A normal distribution is like this, but this is a frequency distribution. This is low frequency. This is the bass in your car. This is the mids right around here. This is your treble. And this is also where the hiss, like when you're on a phone and it kind of is just piercing your ears, if that's around here, then when you're listening to a song and there's a lot of mud and it's not really letting the song come through, that's around here. So this area has like this is a weird area. Then this is a very defined area, and then this is a very defined area. This one's a very particular area. But as you can see, all the keys, but it has the same frequency as pink noise, has the same curve as the pink noise. But this is the way that you mix, because think of it about this plus 20 as your 0 in FL Studio. So that means you're mixing if you're mixing with RMS, your loudness, you want it to be around here as your bass line, and then anything above that's like me. Like this is where I put my kick, is like at the plus 6. You know what I mean? And then But in Ableton, it's not at +6. This took a little while to figure out myself. It's like the +6 is right around here. So I mix them really low because the RMS is important, and then in the master, I compress the living shit out of it and turn it up, if that makes sense. And it makes it so much better because it has so much headroom. You know what I mean? But it is kind of like the graphs you would see in, yeah, I would say it is extremely similar to the. I'm actually thinking about that myself, since stocks can be somewhat, they can never be described, but they can be somewhat modeled with Markov chains, which is, it's a time series spectral analyzer kind of in a way. You know what I mean? See, I have something a little bit too stereo there. Something in my drums is like annoying me. And you can see that I don't know what you could use in, I think it's called the goniometer, Goniometer, it's a Lissajou curve is another word for it. I have a few plugins. I want to get like just something standard. I might write the code for one. I want to release a bunch of free things that I'm just like, analysis is the biggest part of music. You know, you take the songs that you like, you look at it through like this spectrum, this thing, and you look at the waveform at the end like this, and you notice, okay, this is what this looks like. This is what this looks like. This is what this looks like. So you can start to see how sound works in both frequency and time, and then you can start to understand the way waveforms can be modeled and shaped into whichever fashion you want to model it into. I mean, the real thing is, I can look at. I have a ton of EQs that I'm just, I just keep increasing it, then raise the volume, or I keep like EQing things out, then I increase the volume, EQ things out, increase the volume, and the sound gets cleaner, like, if that makes sense. Then this is where I have my multi-band compression, then I go into the ozone, and it just keeps everything, the mastering is black magic for sure. It's definitely the dark arts of producing, because it's where you really kind of throw all the good techniques out the window. So headroom is like this. Headroom is like, think about it like this. Like, you never redline. Yeah, so, yes, exactly. So, like, but the headroom is like, you have, like, think about it like you turn everything down in volume. So everything's volume is turned down. So it doesn't even nothing peaks even when they're all added together in the master, right? And then what you do at the end of the master is you add a compressor that makes it all turn all the way back up. But the headroom gives it a lot of space to breathe. Like the peak, so between the RMS and the peak, here, let me, I'll show you right here. So you can see these, see this RMS value right here is very, like, the RMS is the light green. This dark green is the peak. That's the one that people seem to want to mix on. And it makes sense because I did it for 6 years. And I just started doing this maybe 5. I started doing it a couple years ago that I stopped. I started trying to mix with RMS. But really, not a month, but like, okay, a month before coronavirus. Coronavirus made everything happen so fast. But anyways, so 7 months ago, I really started to understand that you could see, this is what's really important, because this all the stuff that's on the right here all routes into these buses, and this is what's really important, right? This goes into the master. Look at how low they are compared to where the 0 mark is. They're very low. So this is the premix. This is everything summed up together, and it's still not loud. Even the peak, it's not very loud. And then at the end, after I bring it in through this ozone, it becomes loud.
It means that when it beats.
Yeah, so headroom is the difference between, headroom is how much space you give yourself between 0 and wherever you're at, if that makes sense. Try to stop looking at the peak. Don't look at the peak. Think about RMS. RMS is the RMS, let me see if FL Studio does it, because I don't use FL Studio for my mixing. I don't know, what is wave candy? You know what wave candy is? I try to get about -8 decibels RMS. RMS is the most important one for your mix. People think that peak is because it's not really well documented how your meter, you want to say, okay, I want this thing to be louder than this. But really, it's actually average loudness, because if a sound is loud for an instantaneous moment of time, it'll have a very high peak, but it won't have any RMS. And so it won't really be perceived by your ear as constantly loud, you know what I mean? So, let's see this. These people might have... Yeah, see, he's trying to curb the loudness. And in a way, what he's trying to do is standardize a way to... Because, listen, I can make my song as loud as I want because I'm mixing the K system. And if you use... Or as low as I want, I can make it the inverse. This is what he's saying. You should focus primarily on RMS levels. This is like... This stuff is, like, mathematically proven. There's something called the human-related transfer function, which is also proven. This has to do with how frequencies are perceived by the ear. And it's like this. And that's essentially what pink noise is, right? So that's why pink noise is a good reference. Forget about linear, nonlinear. The main thing is you want to avoid compression unless you need to use it. Compression is when the RMS is moving up and down really heavily, and it's like, oh, the sound is sounding very like just all over the place. Well, if you compress it and then you raise the volume, what you're going to do is you're going to tame it to be moving up and down in a much smaller area in terms of volume. But a lot of times if something has good consistency to it and you just want to make it louder, but when you turn it louder something's conflicting, and then when you turn it lower it sounds too low but something's right, what you should do is you should go in and EQ something out and then turn everything up. And generally it has to do with the thing that you want to hear. You turn the thing you want to hear down, and then you turn the whole thing as a whole up, so that you turn the frequency down and the whole thing as a whole up. Absolutely correct. Yes, that's exactly correct. You are hit the nail on the head on that one. So compressor does lower the peak and increases the RMS. It makes sounds more close to a square wave, and that is going to remove your dynamic range. But at the same time, it will also... It's not going to remove all your... It's just you can control it, but it's it's something you want to watch out for because different frequencies have different RMS relations. So, like a high frequency sound. Yes. Usually when you hear something go like and it's a click and it's really loud and it's like if someone gives you the aux cord and you hook it into your phone for a second and it makes a pop sound, that's an impulse. That is an instantaneous peak and it hits every frequency. Different frequencies. High frequencies tend to be higher RMS. Low frequencies, you have to give it a lot of gain to get that RMS. What's up, Lance? What's going on, dude? We're talking about the K system. Talk about K system. Yeah, so the K system's the way to go. The reference level is like you really should be mixing at the same volume as much as you can, and avoid mixing, like by turning up and down the volumes, because you're going to you don't know what a consistent volume is. They have this thing where they say 85, 83 decibel. This is for mono. For stereo, you want 85 decibel sound pressure level. The thing is, I don't have one of these meters. Sound pressure level meter is like a thing that it's like, it's real life sound measuring. It's not digital sound. So there's a whole bunch of different ways. Yeah, Lance, like the RMS is the way to go, right? Like you can see it just works so much better, and it's weird and it takes a second, but it doesn't take too long, but it takes a second and then it's like, holy shit, my mixing just got so much better than my mastering is immediately it's better, right? Mr. Big Chiquino, what's your name? I like you, you're my man. So the negative 12 reference level is, yeah, exactly, and it does it through. It does it. Remember how we were looking at the RMS levels here, and everything was really low, and then all of a sudden it's up here in the master because I pulled it up with this ozone. I pulled it up with the ozone, but I showed you could do it with a compressor. Oscar, let's go. I like the name. Love the name. Oscar, my guy, bro. Let's go. So you can see I'm giving it 11.2 decibels of compression in the end here with the ozone. That's all this is. This is the real main thing in ozone. Is the maximizer. Really, they have different interesting circuits, and that's it. But the real thing is you could use a glue compressor or something else in order or you could use a FL Studio compressor to do the same thing. If you have a lot of headroom in your mix, so your song sounds really low, and then you're like, all right, let's master it. Put on the master a compressor, and then drive the compressor to make it really loud. So remember how you said the peak, and so you compress, the peak goes down, the RMS goes up. That's what you want to do in the master, because you want to get your RMS around here. For modern music around here, because for podcasts it's different. You want the RMS around -16. They have a bunch of different standards. There's the PBS Red Book. Is one that what's the PBS Red Book? The ITU 1700. See, I've done this research, so you guys don't have to, though. That's the fun thing. So they're going to talk about not that phase, reference tone, loudness requirements. Here we go. ITU RBS 1770-3. This is the other one that I use. Short-term content, same thing. See, this LKFS is the same thing as LUFS, LUFS. LUFS is almost the equivalent of RMS, but RMS is real average. Well, LUFS takes into account this exact graph. That one that I showed you, the HRTF graph here. It takes in this into its loudness account. Whereas RMS, it just looks, it's looking at the pink noise, taking the pink noise into account. And pink noise is much easier to think about than the other one. The other one sucks. So I don't think about the other one. It's just you kind of EQ it out, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Oscar, my God, dude. Let's go. But, that's the trick. After like 7 years of both coding stuff and learning the math, and as well as just the Monte Carlo method, just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks, and then just reading as much of the sciencey stuff, that's what I figured out actually kind of it works. I mean, it works every time for me now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it really does work, you know? So I would definitely take a good look at it, because I think it'll benefit anyone who looks at it at all. I don't think it'll not benefit anyone. And you know, there are always rules that are meant to be broken too. Sometimes I try to throw shit out of whack on purpose because it'll actually create a creative effect, you know. So yeah, that's what I would say about the mastering. I'll show you this song though. You can look at the master stuff too. I want to show you guys the song in full. I think it's really good. I'm not to toot the you know, my own horn, but I'm a little bit proud of it. You know what I mean? Let's see. How do I get this running? Okay.
Ever read the poetry of the great airbending Guru Lahima? Guru Lahima lived 4,000 years ago in the Northern Air Temple. It is said that he unlocked the secret of weightlessness and became untethered from the earth, living his final 40 years without ever touching the ground. Like all regular tale, it remained true. Lahima once wrote, "Instinct is a lie, told by a fearful body, hoping to be wrong." It means that when you base your expectations only on what you see, you blind yourself to the possibilities of a new reality. Nature is constantly changing, like the wind. Guru Lahima lived 4,000 years ago in the Northern Air Temple. It is said that he unlocked the secret of weightlessness and became untethered from the earth, living his final 40 years without ever touching the ground. Like all great children's tales, it became true. Lahima once wrote, "Instinct is a lie, told by a fearful body, hoping to be wrong." It means that when you base your expectations only on what you see, you blind yourself to the possibilities of a new reality.
It's actually funny because I think I just listened to this song, the one that you just sent here, like 2 days ago on stream too. It's awesome. I'm gonna listen to this. Oscar. Yes. Try it out, dude. Especially like, look at EQing and if you can't EQ something, it doesn't make any sense. Try doing the opposite of what you would do in an EQ, and it would work. Yeah, I took yeah. Oh yeah. I love this type of shit. Oh yeah, no. See, the thing is, there's so many good subgenres of DNB. Like, I love neuro though. I'm a big neuro guy. Let's keep listening though.
Rewind my selector.
And Liquid. Liquid is, I love Liquid too. I don't know Copycat, but I might know him. The thing is, like, I don't listen to a ton of music lately. I just sit on Ableton, and then I'm like really tired of music when I'm done with it. If that makes sense.
Rewind my selector.
Yeah, no, I love this type of stuff. I don't make it. I've been trying to work on getting my bass design and my other type of bass, like almost like all those types of sounds just right for it. But I don't make that stuff yet, and I'm working on it. But neuro's like my real goal is get into the neuro stuff because I love neuro. This one's good, but it's nothing crazy. But this is another important thing when I'm producing. I think this is one of the most important things, and it's to analyze your track in both forms, like this. You get it just right. Get the spectrum. Pop this thingy on. analysis like that definitely helps to kind of visualize what's happening. You can see all the different frequencies stacking when you kind of get close like that in real time. So that's that. Song is, I don't know if it's totally done. It's getting close to it though. It's pretty at the limit.
Like he once wrote, to be wrong. Like all the children's tales.
See, this has got to be fixed up a little bit. I think I might have done the Haas stuff wrong.
Like all the children's tales, it contains truth. Like all the children's tales, it contains truth. Like he once wrote, instinct is alive, told by a fearful body, hoping to be wrong. Like he once lived 4,000 years ago, living in an inner temple. It is said that he unlocked the spirit of witnesses and became untethered from the earth.
Alright, so a little bit of phasing issues here, but it's all solvable generally with delays. Everything is based off of delays, delay taps. In engineering, all filtering is a delay, but a special type of delay. The delay with a feedback loop, well, that's a monopole filter. You can fix any phasing with a delay. Almost all phasing issues you can fix with a delay. You take what's phasing a little bit, you say which one do I want to seem like it's coming before or coming faster, and you delay the one with a very small amount at 100% dry wet, no filter. You delay by a very small amount, milliseconds up to about 20 milliseconds. That's about the maximum before it's noticeable, heavily noticeable by the human ear. This also will allow a wave to add instead of subtract the other wave, because you shift, like, a cosine wave is 90 degrees, it's 25% delayed of a sine wave, if that makes sense. So modifying delay of each track has a significant difference, and especially if the delay in the left and the right are different, that's the Haas effect, which allows you to position something in a room. So see, this one's 2.87 milliseconds, and 3.71 is a drum loop. It was, essentially mono before. And then you're just trying to shape it towards the, what's it called, pink noise. Now, the thing is, I don't have a good... Actually, you know what I do. Let me see. A high Q, or a high roll-off amount plugin for filtering. And the Kill Heart stuff has some phenomenally... because they're very, very digital, but they're digital in a good way. So the kilohertz filter, I could take this Q up like crazy. That's 6 times. That's essentially, see, it's a 2-pole filter. That means it has 2 cutoff frequency. The way filters work is they use a time constant, and then they have a certain circuitry to them, and which is generally done with a resistor and a capacitor. It's an RC filter. That's a monopole filter, but digital filters emulate that because you can do it in real time without having to like record the whole sound. What I just did is add an anti-aliasing, or DC filter, anti-aliasing filter. I attenuate as high as I can on the master without removing the like substance of the sound. Like this spot. Like there, I don't think anything above that's worthwhile to have at all, because it's actually going to cause error when you convert it to an, or when you put it on SoundCloud. That becomes aliasing. Yeah, yes, I want as much air, but I want to keep the air almost like to the point where I don't want to have too much air. You know, yeah, like this is a big thing that I try to do on every track, is to make sure that I'm keeping it with the. No, I want air. No, I just, this is really, this is at 16.3 kilohertz. That's very high. You can't, it's getting close to the point where you can't even hear it, and it's just becoming, yeah, exactly. And, yeah, because the way it compresses the audio file is it does downsampling. Downsampling means if you downsample a signal that's super, because I'm running at 96 kilohertz. It's especially prevalent for going from high sampling rates to low sampling rates. That's for aliasing. When you go from low to high, you can see it when you put a redux on it. Like you see the like little deep. Oh yeah, 16 kilohertz is high. I mean, like, so, the reason why I do high sampling rates is because it actually allows you to create. Okay, so filters are much cleaner if you give them a lot more room to do filtering at high sample rates, high cutoff frequencies. Hold on, let me see if I could show you. So, significantly higher than the Nyquist rate. Nyquist rate means 2 times. So, like, we can hear up to 20,000 hertz. So, why do we play stuff at 44.1K? Because 22,050 hertz is like about the human ear. So you double so it's Nyquist frequency is 2 times, twice the bandwidth of the band limited function on the bandwidth. So it's 2 times. So an anti-aliasing filter is used to restrict the bandwidth of a signal to approximately or completely satisfy the Nyquist-Shannon sampling theorem over the band of interest. So we only need a certain amount. After but when you're producing a 96 kilohertz, you're getting stuff up to 44,000 whatever, right? So because the Nyquist, so 96,000 divided by 2. Because it's every sampling rate has to be 2. Think about it. You got to go positive and negative to get an actual wave form, and that is one. You can pull out the one thing, but So I'm at 96, but I don't need this frequencies that I'm getting up top. But what those frequencies are going to help me with before I master. At the end of the master, I do this stuff like I just did there. But before that, instead of like those frequencies that would have been there folding back around and fucking up the sound at 44 kilohertz, it's actually going into the high frequency stuff that I'm gonna cut out anyway. So it's actually it's kind of like sorting bullshit into the high frequency range. If that makes sense. So, yeah, see, this is without a low pass filter on the left. Wait, no. This is with a low pass filter. This is without. Yes, so it helps with downsampling. It helps with keeping the signal. Yes, exactly. Why even keep it in there in the first place if it's not even perceivable? So you would remove it from the top end. Now the reason why I do the other side, which is this left side, is DC. So you see it in this. When you put a utility and you press this DC button, it removes DC offset. Zero frequency is DC power. So like an AC, DC, electrical power. DC power has no frequency. It's just pure energy. It's like a battery, right? Whereas an AC power has a frequency, 60 hertz in the US for AC power. And the thing is, when you're making signals like this, you'll get bias. And bias is DC bias. That's what it is. And it's actually bad for speakers, but I'm going to tell you, I do like bias sometimes. I like to use it in certain places, but only if I'm trying to like analog tape distortion, tape distortions, like tube distortion, all the things that are like super, they have inherent bias. That's what that's like actually what it's. Yeah, so let me see if I can find. Distortion. No. Yeah, so that's soft clipping. Flutter wow, that's all from analog stuff. Magnetic tape. Yeah, magnetic tape is exactly what I was looking for, actually. Audio recording. Let's see if they have. Well, anyways. That's why DC and so like when you're in operator, for instance, I don't know if I have an operator in here somewhere, maybe. You can turn the aliasing on and off, and when you turn it off, you can hear the effect. You can turn it off right here. See, anti-alias and interpolation. So it's doing interpolation and it's doing anti-aliasing. Those are two. So that the anti-alias. Low pass filter, very high frequency low pass filter, just like this. This is essentially anti-aliasing filter, but and real anti-aliasing filters like this, where it has like a really heavy slope cutoff slope, and then a DC. This interpolation, what it does is it does the same thing as a cubic spline, in order to figure out what's between multiple points accurately. The cubic Hermite spline is better. But see, you can figure out if I have a phase here, instead of just saying, oh, this one or this one, I can figure out an accurate one by using 4 or 5 points as reference points to create a cubic polynomial. So, yes, yeah, no, so like if exactly, yes, correct, and discontinuities, and clicks, and, what's the other one? Discontinuities is the main one. Discontinuities where a function becomes nonlinear for a moment. I'm definitely spelling this wrong right now, but the good thing is I spelled it right. Discontinuity. Okay. See, like this. If like you had this in your sound, that's going to make it click. This is going to make it click. This is like if it clips. When you clip, you have zero frequency. This is a discontinuity. Zero frequency is actual clipping. Clipping makes zero frequency. And the rate of zero frequency is what makes real nice saturation. Yes, yeah. So we want to get phase distortion out of there unless we're using it creatively, if that makes sense. You just want to see, like, the second this shit flattens out right there, if it's hard clipped, if hard clipping is pure zero, soft clipping, it keeps it it keeps the continuity right. But yes, phase distortion, preventing the phase distortion, right? And then mixing with the K system and RMS with pink noise as our reference, and then removing shit that is going to just F us in the A down the line. No matter what, it'll always F you in the A. If any kind of conversion happens, it'll F you in the A. Sometimes I do leave DC bias in, or not AC, but or aliasing in, because it does have a good effect sometimes, I think. Sometimes has a good effect. Depending on the type of music. Like if you're making synthwave, you want this distortion. This is what makes it sound synthwavy. Certain type of house music, introducing noise and error into sounds is a thing that I like to do. So like I'll take this mastered version of this song, right? It's like this, and then what I'll do is I'll turn warp mode off, and I'll slow it down. I mean by 5, and then I'm gonna let me freeze. Bring it into a thing. This is how you can make something sound synthwavy immediately. Is freezing flat and then this. Yeah, I love. Yeah, they're my dad too. I mean, I love clicks and so. I mean, like a lot of neuro I found they use error as an artistic tool. I'll show you a cool thing also. I think you'll like this actually. I don't know if you have Isotope RX, but you know how it has like a denoising and all that? You can output the noise that it's removing, and then you can take that noise as a sound, turn it into a percussion thing, and it just makes that really wet, clicky percussion if you use it right, you know what I mean? It's just resampling. Yeah, but it really comes down to the fact that we have a discrete system that's trying to emulate an analog system, and our decibel system goes from 0 to negative infinity, because negative infinity is 0 frequency, or 0 amplitude. And what we want to do is keep in phase, and we want to make it sound somewhat analog sometimes. You can see, look at it right there. That's soft clipping. That's not hard clipping. That's soft clipping right there. It's right at the limit, and that creates similar to a hard clip, but I don't want hard clipping, because not in this song, not in this liquid drum and bass song. I don't want hard clipping. Liquidy, I don't know if it's liquid, but the main thing is you really want everything to have good phase. Everything you want it in phase. You can use delays to force things into phase. I use delay all over the place. Haas effect as well as absolute delay. And Ableton has it built in. If you press this D, it's rendering that. If you press the D button, it once I could show you, it allows you to do sample delay. Not even you can. So if I'm at 96 kilohertz, one sample delay, positive or negative. So you can actually negative delay. So you can say this should come before. So I'm delaying it in the opposite direction. Right? I want it to come before through Ableton. That's when you get kind of sketchy. Is that way. So what I do is I try to do it the opposite way, where I kind of make a bunch of things delayed by small amounts, and keep it a forward, into a forward motion. And you can do that on buses if you really want to. This effect, there's something called the precedence effect or the Haas effect. And this is more or less what kind of tells your brain where something is, and it's like it also says how early. So you can give syncopation, see 1 to 5 milliseconds for clicks, up to 40 milliseconds for complex sounds. Fusion, see, certain types of fusion occur. And when you take the stereo thing, when you do the Haas effect, where you have one side delayed and then the other side delayed by just slightly different by a few milliseconds, and then you mono it, it actually can create an interesting, very interesting effect. And it does make your mind think that. So this is how I position things in 3D space while I'm using stereo audio. I don't have those fucking crazy sound systems. Yeah. Yes. Well. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they could do that. That's one way to do it. To make things plucky, what you need is a frequency sweep or an impulse. Either a frequency sweep or an impulse. And a kick is a frequency sweep. It goes ew, but it does it really fucking fast. It goes so that it goes from high frequency to low frequency really fast. That snap, impulse. Let me show you. And so frequency sweeps are also used to create impulse responses for reverbs and stuff. But impulses are unit sounds, sound units. They are the Dirac delta is the unit impulse. And actually I have a whole stream that I put on my YouTube where I'm making a whole song and I'm not allowed to use anything besides the Dirac delta, a sound that I am resampling from a Dirac delta, and I'm using the sound, those two that are in like phase plant where I can use it only as a carrier. I can't have it as a modulator of a FM synth. So, and I could just resample. So it has to be originally from the Dirac delta. Dirac delta is much easier to implement than what these guys are saying. These guys are saying it's a bunch of... It is this math, but in a discrete system, if you know a couple of things, you can do it. And it's here. I actually have the sound. Once this is done, I'll show you the sound there too. I coded the sound, and yeah. No, dude. I mean, dude, I love the computer science. Dude, I love all this stuff. It's been carrying my my obsession with. So I like sound, computer science, and like physics, and this is the triangle. Oh, dude, no worries. I would rather be doing this. Like, I'd like this is so. Listen, I don't want to. Like, I really don't want to be signed to a label or anything. I just want to talk about shit, and yeah, I give away stuff for free, and then get donations. That's it. So I'm working on my website right now, which I'm just gonna start posting all my stems, sound stuff for free, and just maybe marketing all the people who use my stems, not even who donate, but just anyone who uses I just want people to come in. And it's a good place it's a good resource. I just want to be a good resource and then be like Wikipedia, where I'm like, hey, like, if it's expensive, I'm like, it might need a little bit. Yeah, no, fuck labels, dude. DistroKid. I mean, there's only like, there's no reason to go to a label, right? I mean, they own you. They own you. Like, I mean, like if I could, like, right? Like, I just want, yeah. I want to have a good spot. At my like my website's looking good, but it's mostly for my computer because I do consulting for development and web development, and I'm getting a few certifications. I'm doing satellite stuff and what's it called, Linux stuff, and it's like what I really want to do is this, like musical stuff, but I don't want to have to. I really don't like traveling, A. B, I also don't like I don't like playing for crowds that don't know who I am. So I would play for a crowd that I do know, but that's about it. I'm not good at reading crowds, so you know, the crowd should know me before I just don't know how to do that. So this whole website, I'm gonna repurpose it. It's gonna be completely repurposed into Iron Sheik 23. Shout out. Repurposed into that specific thing, and it's just gonna be free. Everything because I make so much shit. I sit on here for so long, make so much stuff, and I haven't released it. So I have like 8 hours of unreleased music in the past 6 months. So I've been designing my projects to be automatically stemmed. You can see that here. They're all automatically stemmed. I'm just gonna start just posting all my stems and giving it to anyone who uses that stem. They get, you know, their song posted under the thing, right? A hundo? Oh, don't give me $100, bro. Come on. Oh God, I was about to say, no, dude. Oh my God, I have so many fucking. Yeah. No, I'm with you. There's so many songs. See, the thing is, I have the problem where it's like, I still am on the fence of even releasing some of these songs because I'm getting better to the point that like I know I could make it better, but it's harder to make it better than it is to make it just a better song tomorrow. So see, I have 356 tracks. I don't know how much it is public that I have, but I have 356 private. Oh yeah, no, dude. I'm saying like the thing is, I have a job, and I've been doing this, and I've never expected to make money. I just enjoy doing it. So I have zero. I do not want to. Again, I do not want to ask for donations. I feel weird even saying this. You know what I mean? I just don't want to Ugh. But I do. Everyone's like, dude, can you please start making money? And I'm like, well, if I'm gonna do it, it's gonna be from that, and I never want to think about. I don't want to think about it. Right, dude, it's therapeutic. It really is, and that's the thing. It's I wanna cause I wanna help people who just start out. Well, dude, no worries. I don't know. I actually don't have anything set up right now. I'm working on it. I know. So I'm gonna be using Stripe. I'm pretty sure they're around the world. I think they're worldwide. I just need to get so this is. I even tested it out. It works. The testing thing, but so this is hitting their website, but I haven't linked it. I haven't put it. I need to make one page on my website, just one page where I embed my Twitch stream, and then I put because Twitch, dude, it's weird that Twitch won't let you it won't let you get any donations until you are making them money, I think, and I don't know if I particularly like that. But dude, I'm telling you, no worries. The main thing is, in the future you can if you want. Just stop in though. I like talking to you guys, so that's the main thing. Let's look. What were we looking at? You can? I didn't even know that. I thought you had to get the partner thing. The partner. Well, the thing is, they're gonna take a percentage. Oh, okay. All right. Well, either way, they're gonna take a percentage. Whereas the good thing is, I'm a coder. I've been programming. That's what I do. Right. See this, yeah, but they don't take any percentage from donations. That's good. All right, that's fair of them. But the thing is, I'm just gonna go straight through. I'm just gonna go right from Stripe onto the website. But the thing is, my website's gonna be just a bunch of free sample packs and shit. That's what I want it to be. I want it to be free stuff, and then what I really want to do is kind of like start to like really like have a general purpose encyclopedia, and like let's say I wanted to make this type of bass sound, and then there are 5 people who have different chains for making that bass sound. It's like I want it to like you can go, I want this type of bass, okay, then like what like here you I want it to be like a real big community thing. And you know, I've worked on software platforms and stuff, and I built them, but I've never built anything that has to handle this much information, which is or this much like wave files are expensive to download and upload, which is why I'm thinking about, I don't know how I'm going to store them, or where I can you know, put that cost, because that's expensive. But we'll see. The thing is, it's not going to be that expensive for a while. If it gets that expensive, I'll be like, hey, it's that expensive. But so I'm just going to do it, and you know, there's not that many people who are on here. It'll be coming. I mean, I have the code essentially prepared for it, so we'll you know, you guys are all going to be the first ones, and the main thing is I want it to be like a real good like sound bank, like a good sound bank. You know what I mean? I appreciate it, dude. I appreciate it. I've been doing it for since how long is I think it was sophomore, junior in high school. I'm almost 25. It's in the next 2 weeks. And you know, computer science dropout, but done. You know, I did a good amount of self-teaching, and I've gotten to a point where I'm, you know, I've got a good resume, and I got a lot of certifications and stuff. So it's like, you know, fuck, I just can't, like, I still have to pay for school because I paid for, you know, I got the loans, but I didn't really go. Just gotta pay it off. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I would say that, and I feel like there's got to be a good vector of marketing that you can use. And the thing is, I don't want to do either of those. Like, I mean, I've done over 5 years. I mean, I'm a big Adderall guy, and I've done at least. I could do 300 or 400 hours a month on Ableton, and that was a lot worse back in the day where I just didn't sleep whatsoever. Just Adderall, keep going. That's also, it's not good for your health, and that's why when I turn 25, I'm really gonna start working on that. I have dinner coming in a second, so I might have to head, but I'm gonna be back in like I'll be back in 20 minutes, 10-15 minutes. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like, all right, the way I'm going to promote myself is going to be mostly because I don't really want to promote my music. I just want to promote some sort of alternative, or I don't know. I don't know if it's an alternative to SoundCloud, but everyone hates SoundCloud. But I definitely want it to be like a really nice open. It's like open source software, but for music. Everyone. I'm 25. I mean, I love SoundCloud, but at the same time, yep. Okay, never mind. I'm still here. I'll promote you, dude. Yeah, absolutely. I want to promote everyone. There's no. How do you hate me? I didn't even do anything. No, but got my dinner. dad's calling? Shit, you just gave me anxiety from that. Yeah, anyways. But you hear the idea. I want that idea to be legitimate, so I'm working on it. I have the code. I'm working on the code. I know you're busting my balls. I know you are. I'm eating tortellini, I think. It doesn't seem like tortellini, but oh my god, it's delicious. I have a code for stuff. I have a code for a lot of stuff here. See, this is one of my songs. Is that's not gonna work. As well. One of my songs, I used this sound that I coded here. This sound. Let me pull it up. As the as like the core sound. The other thing is like, what's it? I want to go back and make a DAW that's like almost but this guy named Ioannis Xenakis, and he came up with the first idea of the DAW in the 70s or whatever. And the DAW now is not the same as what his was like. He wanted to use random numbers to create wild shit, and he did, and it was wild. But I want to do the same thing he's saying, but to use it to make very, very mathematically accurate stuff. So like sampling rate doesn't even matter. Dude, I know a lot of assholes, but I know you're probably one of the biggest ones I know. And Dad's calling. Okay, so it could be either one of my brothers or possibly Danny. I don't know what that means. What are you talking about? It could be Danny, Chase, one of the. It could be Will, maybe. One of you idiots. Jimmy, Joey. I don't know who you are. Who are you? But you know what? I know for sure. You know what? I just know you're one of the assholes. No, I'm joking. Hold on. This song, you can see this sound. Seth. Bro. I forgot that you use blank poster. No, you're not an asshole. But you are. Yo, what's going on, dude? I didn't know. I thought you were... I thought you were... You've changed your name 3 times, dude. Yeah, but this is, yeah, this isn't code that's, you know, properly done. It works, but it's not the code that because I want to start making VSTs real well. I'm working on that, but, you know, the website stuff is like this. Oop, can't show that. It's a security risk. Yeah, so this is where the website is. It's gonna be easy. I'm gonna make a dope website. We're all gonna kill it. We're all killing it. Everyone's glowing up. VSTs, man. VSTs are some fun stuff. It's a lot of C++. I like C more than C++, but yeah, no, I'm telling you, it's all I've been looking at for 6 years. Is you know, spent most of my time in college either coding or producing, and then when I was coding, I was producing code. No, but okay, that's actually interesting. That's a dope setup. Spark went on computer, like when I'm on phone. That's okay. I gotta remember that actually, because you're gonna surprise me again at some point, Seth. Oh, Seth, we gotta pull up your project too. But dude, I think, dude, they're all everything's connected, dude. It's all connected. It's weird. And I didn't even like math. Like, I took math and I was okay at it. But until I was like started making videos, I was like, computer science, math, and music all fuck each other. They're all having an orgy. This was a few months ago. Seth was on for this one. Seth, we got to pull up your project also. That was oh god damn it! See, I keep hitting the wrong hotkey on this keyboard. I'm not a PC guy. I'm a big Linux Mac guy, but I have to get a PC. I can't deal with Mac anymore. I would rather use Linux out of all of them, but anyways, what was it? Oh, I have this one hotkey set to record, and I keep accidentally recording shit. This is the song that was made of the Dirac Delta. Seth, you remember that? This one's sick. Like it's weird how turning it into these synths, like they come out so warm, bro. They're so warm. By the way, I'm getting a webcam. I don't have any money. The coronavirus knocked me out with money, but I'm getting certifications and a few things, which I should be good to go after that. That's one sample all the way up, maximum volume. That's what a direct delta is. Yeah, this is turning out to be really hard. I still haven't broken the rules I set, Seth. I still haven't broken them. But it's also really hard to fucking make drums from that fucking impulse. The rest of the synths are easy to make on this, I swear, but the drums are hard. But good synths kind of came out of this, you know what I mean? That's kind of another thing I want to release. Is like I'll take like chains and just package them up in ALP files, like Ableton packs, and just, you know, give those away. I want to give it all away, because what it's sound. It's just a wave. Well, I don't own this wave. The wave exists if, you know, if you do it the same exact way. No, it's the thing is, you know, like people change it anyway, so it doesn't really even matter. You know, the only thing I'd be pissed about is if you take the entire song I have and you make a song and you just release the song that you just take the song and release it and make it. No, that's the one thing that's the stipulation. Besides that, you can take anything. Let's go through some maybe some houseier stuff. Okay, Seth, we're also gonna bring. Hold on, which one? Seth, what was the name of this the project you had? I'm gonna open it also. I just want to see. Oh, I think you guys might like this one. Oh shit! I forgot I had another version. See, that's the thing. I've been making like dirty stuff. I make mostly like ambient, like house, drum bass, liquidy. I'm working on. The thing is, I'm working on. I just need to figure out how to make the dirt. And I have a dude, Arcadius, who was on stream a few days ago, showed me a chain to make the dirtiness. But like neuro dirty. I'm not very good at See, I'm not very good at like the musical side. I've been mostly like a sound designer / audio engineer. I've been focusing on it for so long, you know. This one you guys are gonna like. Hopefully, I hope you guys like it. I'll be there. If this doesn't allow it, I might have to show you the stemmed version. stem. Yeah, the stems only. What's this? Probably gonna have to re-export that. Anyways, that's one. Let me see if I can find. I have stuff that's a little bit more, just kind of vibey, like house and bass. I want to do house and bass, like Dead Mouse. Yeah, dude. So I'll see. Like, I'll be on here. I'm gonna be on here for the next like 7 hours or something. Like, I don't get off of here. Especially on Sunday, I'm not getting off here. this one was definitely like a very surprisingly not bad one compared to like the usual. So I use stutter edit a lot for stuff like this. So I'll route all my drums and bass to this, and then everything else to this, and then these two things are controlling the stutter edit, giving it like that glitchiness, which is also really hard to control myself with, because a lot of times it's absolutely trash if I just leave it in there all the time. You know what I mean? So the sub bass, dude, it's just so the thing about FM, like with sine waves, is you can get a really good you can keep it relatively simple and kind of feel out the harmonic, the changes in the harmonics with just like a few sine waves and maybe a square wave, you know, some fucked up shit like that. Not really fucked up, but anyways, you put like a filter on, and then you kind of flatten the shit out of it, because when you have it, so the way the volumes of sine waves in low frequency, they change drastically. So like when I click one key, I click like a G, and then I click a D in the same octave, and the subdomain, sub frequencies, it'll be like a totally different volume. So like you kind of actually have to like compress it. You know what I mean? Yeah, this one's definitely gonna. I'm definitely gonna release this one. I gotta talk to my buddy too, because he sent me some a few things of his that like. So I think let me see if I can find what he sent in here. Oh, this he sent this, and this, and I think this, probably this, and this, but I don't know how much of this. So this may be, so like, these are his stems, right? Although I processed a few of them, but he sent me some great stems that I had a good time. So I think we're gonna do like a 50-50 on the release with this one. Yeah, I usually would be. I'm afraid for everything except for sub bass. I'm not afraid of compression. I don't like compressing at all, but there are some things that I don't sidechain compress anymore at all. I would say 95% of these songs have no sidechain compression, and I don't like it unless it's going to be used like in a house music sense, if that makes sense. You know, like just if it's going to be used for the pumpiness, that's the only reason I would use it, because really you can layer it on top of the whole sound, the song. You know, if you look at it in the K system mixing, it makes much more sense, because then when you do the final maximizing it, then what you do is you compress it down below the kick. You compress to the bass. The kick actually creates the sidechain, because when you have something that's a little bit louder into a compressor, it actually turns the volume down more of the rest of the stuff. So yeah, I mean, sidechaining, I don't use it generally. I just don't use it whatsoever. I try to see if I can get it to work without it. If I need it, I use it, but I avoid things that are nonlinear systems. Anything that's not a nonlinear system, I try to avoid using it until I have to use it. A nonlinear system is pretty much anything with a state. So compressors, you know, they have, you know, variables that go into it. Delays, I think possibly, no, they're not linear. No, they're non-linear systems. I love delays though, so forget about that. That I will use those all day, but. Yeah, no, I'll do feedback all day. You guys send me anything, I'll do feedback all day. I'll bring it into Ableton too, so I could like actually show you what I mean, like with the spectrum, and give it like it's. I swear to God, if you gotta get into analysis, because like the analysis is what you go. Oh, I see. Especially if you look at other like I'll look at like Cone Sound or Dead Mouse or something and be like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Well, the only way I can really see what he's doing is either looking at it in the oscilloscope or in the spectrogram, right? And then like you look at your own music and then you're like, this song sounds better than my last song, and then you start to see patterns in the way it looks, and you start to hear differences in the way it looks, if that makes sense. He's pretty dope. I mean, he's perfected his here, let me pull this up. He's perfected his sound to a like a pretty like crazy level, you know what I mean? He's perfect at his type of song. Do you mind if I pull this into Ableton? He is a bit like his newer stuff. He's starting to kind of get out of the like the housey realm and get into some more interesting, like with Mr. Bill. You could see he kind of took a lot of that stuff to, it just, you know what I mean. Okay, yeah, I'll pull it. You ready? Yeah, I gotta kind of have a default thing. I've been doing this a lot lately because I like doing it. Like, just give them 2 cents. I don't like to, because generally everyone who sends me songs is making some good stuff. So I like everything is almost like I don't like saying like, oh, this is the way to do it, because I like the idea of a lot of different techniques rather than settling on one and keeping to it like dogmatically. Hold on, okay, that should be actually good. All right, let's look at it. All right, this thing's fucking pissed me off. All right, here we go. Very good so far. I mean, by the way, this is all because of the software I used to download it from SoundCloud. This is that aliasing I was talking about, but the thing is, it's really not like even noticeable because that's so high frequency, it's not even perceivable. Let's keep listening. So far, the mix looks like it's right down the line, so that's perfect. I bring up those like I bring up those like bass, the low bass stabs, plucky bass, because I actually think they could be louder. Also, I think the snare is just a little bit too in the middle. So if you were to either Haas effect it or maybe pan it to the right 3 or 4 and then add another snare slightly different to the left 3 or 4, you'd create an interesting spatial effect. More to the track, I think it's good. Like the main thing is this. It's just stereo imaging. I think that's something that a lot of people don't really look at, and I just started doing really recently a lot. And then I'm like, holy shit! Most of these effects are actually just mixing tools, and it's stereo imaging mixing. Because stereo, when you paint something hard left or hard right, it's -3 decibels, so it actually opens up the middle for a lot of stuff. But I don't think there's anything wrong. I like the synth, like chill synth wave, like that. You know what I mean. I like the vibe, especially. I think the snare, maybe some hats should be like a little bit panned to the left or right, and possibly. The thing is, I usually find this in every single song I hear, including my own. Every single one of my own masters, I do this. I just drop this spot and then give it a little gain here before the master. Because it seems like this one spot takes up a shit ton of like the average power of the song. The other thing is the sibilance. If you actually cut right before what you want to hear, so it's like if this frequency you want to be a high, you cut right to the left. That actually helps with positioning, like 3-dimensional position. You know, like you could see, you could hear it if you listen closely and you're like sweeping through and you're like, this is a good spot. Then what you do is you just boost when you cut and it sounds a little bit too low. You boost and in the master and you're compressing, right? Do you hear me? Did I just talk for like 5 minutes and not talk the whole time to you guys? Or did you hear everything I just said? I hope I just did not accidentally forget. I was muted. Fuck. Okay. Let me try to start again. Okay. Now, the trick really is to do this little cuts. I think this is a usual spot that I have to cut in every one of my songs. That takes up a lot of the power, and then you give it a boost at the end, cutting before a frequency, like a frequency that you do want to come out, actually accentuates that frequency. And then when you cut, you can boost, you cut and boost, and then what you do is you can, instead of replacing an EQ that you already like, you add another EQ and make the additional changes there, and then you can turn off the changes instead of being fucked because you made the changes in an EQ that you already used. EQs, I don't think they use a lot of process, especially Ableton's EQs. I think they're built to be good. And then in the end, you look at what you have here. When we play it, look at this pink noise. Yeah, subtraction is always first. Yeah, I do sequential EQs. It's always subtractive. Dude, all day. Let's go. Yeah, I use them in sequence big time. This pink noise thing. This is what. Look at how yours is compared to the pink noise. Is right on the money. Let me see. That's perfect. That's exactly what you want. The thing is, yours is like what so I say there are 3 different types of masters that I found to be really good. One is where you see a lot of bass and then it dips under, and that's like usually a house or hip hop song. The other one is what you do, which is like where you're really right around it, and it's like these compensate for these, which compensate for these, and then the other one is like you're just touching it at the top or along the peaks. Yeah, that's exactly what you should be doing. That's called getting it right at source. It's an old engineer's adage. So when you do that, when you get it right as early as you can in the mixing process, or before you even mix, like you get the sound right, and then, okay, the sound's right. And then you're like, all right, I want to change something about it. Then you make a change, and then think about that, like, okay, then this is all the original sound. You forget that this is stuff you've already made, right? And you just think of it like this, and then you create the next chain after it, and you make the changes after it, because what you're doing is you're continually keeping the sound clean. And the other thing is, really, you should be in the synth, at the synth level. You should be doing like the volume and the synth, like instead of like waiting until here to do the volume and the mixing thing. You shouldn't be doing that, because you want everything to be like really stemmable, and you definitely don't want to automate this. You want to automate a utility. You know, use utilities. I try to mix everything with a utility if I need to, and I'm trying to not need to at all, because in the end you don't want to be doing as much work, and it sounds like more work, but you end up doing less if you kind of get into that habit, if that makes sense. Yeah. EQ. Well, you don't have to use more than one EQ. But if you have an EQ that was working before, and then you're like, all right, well, now I need to make a change because it's not mixed right. Well, then add a different EQ on top of it, and then do additional stuff. If you want to change something, yeah. But I remember EQs are, you know, I can do something in this one EQ, and then I could turn it up in the next EQ, and it goes back to normal. So, like, exactly, you don't want to ruin the first EQ. You want to keep everything. Like I call it non-destructive producing. That's the thing. You don't have to do what I'm saying. Like, I think this is my method. This is the method like when I sit down to make. I don't sit down to make music. I sit down to, you know, produce a process, and try to get the process where I'm fast, and I could just do whatever, like toss random shit. Because I'm not, you know, I've never played an instrument or anything, so. The main thing is, like, I just want to be able to put in a sound and then have a process where the sound will sound good. Yeah, absolutely. And remember, keep an open mind to other ideas, too. And, you know, the more ideas you have, you get a really good, like, ability to, like, use different techniques for different places. And you're like, oh, this will actually work better here. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. Free knowledge is tasty. Let's go open source with this shit, man. Let's do it. And then I don't know if you guys have Isotope RX. I have it set in Ableton as my external sample editor. Alright, so when I press edit on a sound, it'll pop up in RX. One of the things I do in it is I use this waveform stats. and this will give you information that's pretty important. So you see you have this loudness level. You would probably want to even mix it a little bit louder. This loudness range is fine, so you don't need to compress it more. You just need to raise the volume, maybe soft clip it. And that's about it. I would get this up to -9 LUFS, -8 LUFS, and then 7.7 LU is fine. Yeah, that's for master. That's all for mastering. Yeah, the LUFS is is a fancier version of RMS. It's not RMS. It's a fancier version where it takes into account the human perception of volume. But really, all you need to do is look at pink noise, which is it looks exactly like, except the LUFS is like taking into account like this. So as long as you're so that's why I was looking at it with this. Oh wait, not that. With this pink right here. Me neither. I'm telling you though, it is mostly about the metering and recognition of resonance. So if you can meter well, you give yourself headroom, you're going to be able to go into the master and really fix all the problems before anything really you don't have to do too, like, it makes it much, it kind of like fixes the, like, what the hell should I do between here and here problem. And not only that, but it also like makes it it makes it much more visual, so you don't have to have good speakers. Really, you could just look at the RMS levels, which are the lighter green, the smaller thing. Those are what you're supposed to be mixing off. You know what I mean? I do stream. I stream all the time. So like, yeah, hop on anytime. I'm always down to give feedback to anyone. I gotta put that in the description. What is it? Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'll follow you guys. I'll follow you guys all. Let's see. I will follow you guys. Let me pull it up. But I will follow you. And dude, I'm about. Hold on. Shit. There we go. I was about to. Well, shit. Now I gotta figure out how do I. Okay. Here we go. Ah, shit. Now I gotta figure it again. All right. How do I find followers? Follow. Alright, everyone else. I followed it. I try to follow everyone. Gotta hook it up. So I would appreciate it, on my side too, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I started, I think, a couple months in post-coronavirus. I got you guys, man. I appreciate you guys. I've met the coolest people on here, dude. I have to do it. It's on principle. Do unto it. It's the golden rule. I've heard it. It's one of those things. Do unto the others. I got you. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm on here even if no one's on here. So, I mean, it's good to stream just in general to at least keep your stuff like kind of like, because I just put it right onto YouTube, and like then it's it's backed up, so I can go back and be like, how the fuck did I make that? You know what I mean? Dude, I appreciate it. It's all about love, man. It's all about love. Especially nowadays, it's got to be love, man. It's all about the love, man. There we go. All right, let's keep going. I'm gonna start making some shit. I want you guys to. I want to show you guys how ooh, this is a good one. I'll show you guys a couple more songs, and then I'm gonna start making some Yeah, that's the thing. I think the main thing is I try to avoid thinking about making music and mainly think about like what's an interesting thing that I haven't done before that I can try to do here. And I try to make it like almost, and it always ends up being like, oh shit, this sounds cool, let's try this, and then it snowballs, and then I'm like, wow, how did I make this so fast? How does this happen? Like, it's weird. And it happens, I swear to God, from relieving yourself of the pressure that you put on yourself to make music, but mostly what it is it's like, let's sit down and like, let's sit down and have a fucking good time, you know what I mean? Right, let's see. This is the end result of this. This is still, you know, I don't think I've automated anything or anything like that. It's still good though. Yeah, so like I do that same exact thing. I do it in a lot. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know if I delete them, but sometimes I do, but I don't always. Yeah, I'll show you like immediately like how like real quick like what my baseline. So I'll either use Serum to do this, or I use Faceplant now as my main synthesizer if I use a synthesizer, right? Sometimes I will use like I have the East West Composer Cloud, which is awesome, and because I really like soundtrack music and I like that like violins and like I like really like Asian instruments like air hooves and gunzangs. I think it's pronounced gunzang. But like I would take something like this, and so I could just FM that to this, right? And then you could, add the filter, put the filter there. Now it's filtering that. I could add distortion, and I'll add noise. So I'll take the noise, and I'll actually add noise to the fucking original sound, giving a little bit of grit, but not too much. So if I really wanted to, I'd turn the volume down here. This distortion, I'll put this before the filter. I don't know if you guys have used Faceplant. This might actually be really confusing because the way Faceplant's set up. Let me see. Yeah, pentatonic. Oh, I love pentatonic scale. Pentatonic scale is my main thing, and then I add 2 additional keys, and then all of a sudden it's not pentatonic. It's some other random. See, I'm a big fan of set theory. I like Xenakis, Ioannis Xenakis. I've written code. Oh my god, this is the most of the code I've written for music has to do with like figuring out music theory. And he has this something called Civ. That's his civs. And I've read a lot of papers. A lot of this is the one. The MIT one's the better one. I think it's Ariza. And Christopher Ariza. This is how I look at like they have representation. So like I like to look at it numerically, and because I'm not gonna be able to fucking read sheet music, but this kind of related numbers to that, and it also you can make beats with this like 4 to the floor beats, any kind of thing that has to do with a repeating set. So like that's what I like to look at, and then I like to look at like because I'm I do like a lot of radio stuff. Like my dad is a radio and satellite engineer, and he's taught me everything in that, or not everything. He's just like, all right, look at this, and then I look at it, and I'm like, oh, okay, that answered my question, but what is this? And then he's like, all right, please, look, I'm 50 something, look this up. And then that just happened in a circle. And so I'm mostly radio. I learned from what is the same. It's the same math, but in radio engineering. FM radio, FM synth, same math, same exact shit. It's the same thing. So this is my, by the way, this is my original. Like I said, this is my general way to do it. This is a little bit overdrive. Let's see. I have the push. The push is a super cheat code. If you have dude, back when I had money to blow, so I blew money all the way up until, oh shit, I lost my job, and now it's I had no savings. Anyways, the Ableton push is the shit because it lets you just cheat on music theory. What the fuck was that? I think I just heard like an explosion. It's really weird. I don't know what that is, but it didn't sound good. Anyways, let's see. Cut off. Let's get this. This is like a super dead mousey way to make. Doesn't sound dead mousey yet, but see the push. You just play chess. play chess. Let's see. Workstation so with a built-in sequencer. UV, etc., etc. I mean, I don't know what. Wait, what's workstation? I'm a big fan of hardware, but I just don't have much. I just have the Ableton Push. I have this. If you guys haven't seen it before. This thing's sick. This thing is awesome. I can't finger drum. Can't do any of that. But what I do like about it is like when you're playing chords and shit, like you know, I'll hold the chord that I like, and then I'll open up the thing and I'll click it while I'm still holding it. It's really like just playing chess. Like you choose a skill and then you play chess. See, I need to get a webcam so I could kind of show you what I mean, but it's sick. It's awesome. Costs an arm and a leg. It was a lot of money, and it was still worth it. I still think it's worth it. See, but I don't do like good, like I'm not very good like in the like live stuff. You know what I mean? And see, the other thing is, like, yeah, I'm not even, like, sometimes I really don't even use the push until sometimes after. I'll show you guys this trick. So, like, let's say I have an ARP that I come up here. So what I'll do is I'll do this. Like I'll say, okay, this, and then I want to take these the end here and bring them down. And then I'm like, all right, then I want to bring this down. And then everything works well with fives. And then, like, I'll move this. This is a really bad example, by the way. But the main thing I really wanted to show you is this. If I put a window here like this size, and then I'm like, okay, let's record it. Like, I'm going to record it into here live. Watch, so. What just happened on the other side is this. It just made an actual thing that I could just take and go like, okay, consolidate loop, and now that is a loop. And then I can modify this, right? That's huge, because I make a lot of really cool things in just a few things that, you know, they got the right texture and the movement, right? So this is one way besides the Cthulhu. The thing is, you can take, like, let's say if I have the unison stuff, I have like the unison chord pack, and I love it. I fucking love using this shit. I love this shit. Instead of taking I barely ever use the trads. I just go for the borrowed chords and then extended chords. I just try. I don't start at 1, 2, because I like to use odd modes like Dorian or Phrygian. So I start at the second, and it has a. So what we just came up with is a chord progression, right? Let's go with Cthulhu. What we'll do is we'll move the faceplate to a new track, right? We go with Cthulhu. If we like, we all like Cthulhu. Let's go with Cthulhu, and we'll take what we just had and we'll create. Where's Cthulhu? Cthulhu. God damn it! Isn't it like you say Cthulhu 3 times and Mary shows up in your ear? Anyways, so I like this like fives and sevens, like very weird things. And then I like just putting like interesting patterns in here. Right, and then turn that off, keep the ARP, and then I just route the input from Cthulhu for here. And then watch, I don't know if you guys do that. I'm going to do this slow because this is like one that I don't know if a lot of people see. So this down here where this note thing is, there's an L. It's this launch thing. And you can do legato. Yeah, I'd turn legato off for this. You keep this on, right? And then you just say next. And then you choose how many beats you want it to go next on. Do 3 or 2 maybe, 2, 3, something like that. Now watch what happens. Now that's a weirdly odd one. So if I set this back, to, so a half beat. It should seem normal. Legato, what it'll do is, like, if you have audio here and it's legato mode and it's looping, and I start one and then I go to the next one, it'll start like here. If I start like if the first one plays till the end of this, and then the second one will keep like playing through. So the legato will let it play. They'll play through kind of simultaneously. I've been producing since 2013, most likely. Most likely around 2013, I think. It might have been 20. I don't know if it's 2013, but I know the period of time. I think it was 2013. I'm pretty sure it was 2013, late 2013. I can't tell. I don't know if it is. I think it might have been early 2013 or it might have been early 2014. It's one of the two. It's really weird. Oh, you don't use Ableton. Do you use FL Studio, Reason, Logic? But anyways, I'm gonna record this in as I'm gonna press record. You can see what I mean. You can like almost trigger different ideas, and you can do different trigger or movement modes in here. You could say I want to go to the last one, next one, first one, or you can have a probability where you say I want to have a 1 in 7 chance of going to the next one, and you know, 6 and 7 chance of going to another one, and it'll stick within what's actually contiguous, what's directly connected to each other. It won't hop over here, so you can actually set up separate scenes within the trigger mode in this, if that makes sense. And I just recorded all that in here. And then I could just, you know, kind of put that in its own thing, and then I keep going, you know, into another one. You know what I mean? So like, you can almost, yeah, share it with me, man. I'm with it. Let's send it. I'll also pull up some of my stuff from really long ago, and I have some. I don't think I have anything new. I haven't been saving midis, which is a travesty because I should be saving midis. My old midis, though, I do have. And I save them in the form of both MIDI / synth at the same time, kind of thing. Anyways, there's a lot of I try to make it easier by like kind of doing a bunch of weird things. Yes, I do. I have a Discord. Let me see how do I do this? Is that it? Did I just do it? I'm somewhat new to Discord, to be honest. I've not been using it for more than a few months, but I've only been kind of getting into it recently. So, paste. Oh yeah, there we go. So yeah, that's one way I do it. Another way is just manually, but really I like to make a lot of them in different projects, different sounds. You drag in this. If I drag in this clip into here, it saves both the sound and the MIDI. So it saves the whole thing. So that's why I can preview these. So yeah, some of these are from my Mac, so I don't know what's wrong with them. It's probably the most dead mousey thing I have. A lot of simple waves. You can. This is a frequency split, 4 times. I think it's a four frequency splitter. I have a lot of things I could send you guys too. You guys definitely got to join the Discord I have that's set up for this stuff. I'm trying to make it like a real good little spot. Hold on, let me see. Let me see what you guys are saying. Gotcha. Let me check. There we go. Let's go. Yeah, send it to me. Yeah, no, I'm trying to make a good place. We send little instruments, etc. I don't know how do I share that thing? Because you guys, honestly, I'm down. You guys just hop in. I don't know, pending. Did you get it? Is it still pending? I like to set up a lot of ideas in here also. Another thing that a lot of people don't know is, I think this is it. I can't remember though, so let's see. Automation arm said overdub. Let's wait. It should have, technically, yeah, it did. So it was recorded. You can also simplify this, and boom, now it's like that. Absolutely. You gotta tell me how to do it, because I actually do not know how like Discord seems a little, I just don't understand exactly what how to get the I don't know how to run the Discord, to be honest. I'd be a unfit to run this Discord. Let me see. Okay, this isn't. How do I get it back? Escape. Okay. How do I do this? Is there a link? How do you get the link for the thing? Little arrow down. Ooh. Hidden mute. Okay. Copy. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna toss it in here. I want to keep it somewhat small. I kind of want to keep it with, you know. I mean, you guys can invite people you like, but like or you want to invite, but I don't want to make it like crazy big, but I want it to be like slowly kind of getting out. What's up, Mr. Big Chickadee? Baby? God damn it, Oscar, what's going on, dude? Click sound spit to the top. Okay, I already did that. Got this. Talk to him in a bit. Yep, there we go. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. Yeah, SoundCloud mastering is weird. Gerald's the man. He's the man. I love Gerald. Gerald's my boy from high school. We've been producing together. He's a cool dude. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got you, Oscar. Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. Like, I don't know if I do it. I don't know if I have a personal. Yeah, no problem, my man, dude. It's all good. It's all good. I'll be on here for probably another 4 hours, 5 hours. So, there's no rush. And it's all going on YouTube anyway, so anything we talk about is should be on there. Okay, let me see it. Set the. Oh, there we go. Let's drop this into the folder. Okay. Should be in here. Hold on. It's fucking hot in this room. I'm in Florida, so... Get the... Dude, it's so hot. It is so hot down here. I almost fucking... I was wearing like 4 layers. Why am I wearing... Because I wear 4 layers year round. Alright, let's see what... Oh, I see. I wish I had Spire, by the way. I don't have Spire. I want it. Just an FYI, I want Spire, but I don't have it yet. Oh! Yes, this is my type of ARP right here. So this is like an ARP that, like, that's exact. Like, I butchered this earlier, but remember the. Yes, exactly. You nailed it right there. There's another one which is also like that. I just want to show you real quick. There's another one like this. Did a. So that's like another one I do all the time, which is like 1 2 space 1 2 space, and then kind of you just kind of move shit up and down, and you just as long as it resolves. But goddamn, this is good. Show you some quick sub design, maybe real quick, just real quick, because I want to hear it. Let's hear it, dude. Let's go. Let's see. So let's see. So this. Oh, dude. Already, like, I'm really liking the way this waveform's looking. It looks like the waveform is like really smooth in terms of. You see, you might even be able to compress it even more at the end. I'm just saying that's probably my initial thing, because it really doesn't matter though. It looks like a really clean looking waveform with a lot of dynamics. You know what I mean? Yes! You nailed it. Oscar, you nailed it. Dude. Oh my gosh, yes. Nailed it, dude. Nailed it. I think you took everything I said and then you did way more than what I said. Like, you did even better. Guitar? Oh, good stereo imaging here. like so well. Oh, ooh. These drums are so nice, dude. Oh, the crisp. It's crispy. And the kick drum is laying right on top of it, just right. I love it. I love it. I think this is sick. I think this is like crazy good. Super clean. Super clean. Yeah, very clean. Yeah, dude, absolutely. Drop a track. I'm gonna go see if I can find any alcohol, by the way. So I'll be like right back. What I'm gonna do, I don't know. I almost want to play something, but I don't know. I'll play this again real quick. Alright, back. Hey guys, I might actually head out real quick to go to the gas station in order to acquire some alcohol. Hold on, I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, I'm gonna pull it up. Let me see. Yeah. Oh, dude, absolutely. I got you. Did you get the other pack? Did I send it? Did I send that pack? Did I send the pack? No, you guys are awesome. This is why, like, man, like, right before the coronavirus, I was like, all right, I'm gonna get this computer so I can start, like, putting, like, I could start, like, recording audio into the thing, you know, like, I had no memory on my, but the other thing that I noticed was I could stream, and, like, dude, you guys are the best. You guys are the best. I will be back in, like, 20 minutes. Like, this place is, like, walking distance, so yeah, I did the same thing. I got all the free ones. Yeah, it took fucking forever. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll send that to. Give me 20 minutes. I'm gonna see if I could play. I'm gonna play some of my older songs that I don't think I'm gonna release them. I don't know if I will. What if I could stem them? I would rather just give the stems out to you guys. You guys just pop off on the stems. This is what I'm going to release though. This is relatively new. This is like the past week. But let me see. Okay, this is the one. Yeah, I'm gonna play this one. This is a solid. A few songs. This one's an anime-ish one. This one's I've already played this one. This one's drum and bass. This one's there's Daft Punk in this one. I might just play this one. Alright, I'll be right back.
celebrate, celebrate and dance so free.
Okay, I'm back. Okay. Hey, dude. What's going on? What's happening? What did I miss? Did I miss it? Is anyone still here? Did I take too long? Let me see. Alright, you guys. At least 4 people, hopefully. Let's see. Okay. Alright, keep sending some tracks. Send some tracks. Yeah, I got the beer. I got beer. 10 months, dude. Let's go. 10 months. Let's see. Yes. this, bro. Trying to think of who I think it sounds like Deadmau5, but it also sounds like like Alphaville, you know, Forever Young, that 80s song. Yes. Dude, I like this a lot. This so one thing I thought you see. I don't have much advice on a lot of it because I think a lot of it's actually like perfectly clean. I just have like creative things that I think you could add, but I think that it's completely up to you. You know what I mean? Yeah, I love. Yeah, it does have a little bit of a trancey vibe. I agree, which is good. All right, so my idea was around here. I'll show you kind of what I mean. Let me see if I can do it in. I'm gonna use this synth for now. I'm just gonna try to see if I can match it up. Like that kind of thing. I don't know if I don't know. You kind of see what you see what I'm saying, right? Yeah, like kind of like that underlying kind of like dun 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 dun, like a dotted eighth, kind of. Maybe not that. Maybe it goes down back. you know, just kind of like additional melody. Yeah, exactly. Right. So it's like I forgot the word. I think there's a music theory word for. I know it's not. I think it might. Maybe it's counterpoint. I don't know if it's counterpoint. It might just be harmoniz. I don't think it's harmonization. I'm not sure, but that. You know what I mean? Like especially when you're doing like those kind of arps, you can actually add more arps and like, you know, kind of make some like underlying arp stuff. Mm-hmm. Especially when you can do stuff like maybe one of your arps after like a drop or something. One of your arps is here, and then the other one's kind of off like this. So like I don't know if I accidentally forgot to talk, but like you could have like in the drop, yeah, like yeah. So like so you have like two separate arps that are actually filling up different kind of slots in time, right? Yeah, and then like another thing is that I do with like arps like that is like I have this like macro stuff kind of go into like cut off frequencies and stuff like that. And I don't know, you can kind of rise it up, I guess, like yeah. I mean, besides that, I really don't know. Let me hold on. Let me re-listen to some of this because I'm trying to think. Another thing is like a lot of people think you have to like just put like effects in, like noisy stuff, impacts and everything. You can use just sounds as effects. You know, think of it like I just play one chord like really quickly, done, and then that sound you use it as if it's like an effect or an effects like kind of track. You know, like where you have like this, like instead of like a, which by the way this is fine. What I'm saying is like you could use like a reversed, like you could freeze and flatten like a chord. Put some reverb on it and then reverse it and then use it as like an uplifter, right? Yeah, exactly. And then like one thing I definitely do on stuff like this is like I'll take like notes every once in a while and just like after I duplicate it a bunch of times I'll just move it up like one or two notes up like this and it does like has a cool effect like so like in this, so you know, you duplicate the one that you had before, and then what you do is you make those little minor changes every once in a while, just one little note in the ARP, and it gives that like secondary ARP, right? See, so like boom. Besides that, I have like almost zero. I don't see anything that's bad about it at all, if that makes sense. So that's just some things that yeah, exactly. With the dude, it's all about the delays. Oh, I don't know if you do this. Crap. I don't know if you do this too, but like in the delay, like this right here, little offbeat just by a few, maybe 1% or 2, maybe not even 1%, like just 0.5, and then the other one, if they're unlinked, then you know the other one's like positive 0.5, the other one's negative 0.5. It's kind of like the same thing as D2 when you're doing stereo stuff. Yeah, exactly. And like, yes, yeah, with the feedback on the delays. Oh, dude, I love delays so much. I love delay. Delay is easily one of. I think it might be. I'm pretty sure it's the first thing I used all the time. So, I don't think I've stopped using it all the time. But that, dude. There's one thing in here that just made me go, yes. And it was this, I think it's coming up. Okay, yeah, that right there. Like that. But the way the arp sat on top of the chord in the background, the chords in the background. I think you could do something similar as well, where I think you probably did. You do it right there. See there, you could probably do a fifth of some sort. Like you move something up like a fifth, and it would still be like perfectly in harmony. And that's where I think actually a counterpoint. I don't know if that's the word for it though. Okay, no, yes. Maybe. And like they work together. It's weird. I still don't know exactly what's going on, but that's what that is, I'm pretty sure. I think it's a great song. I like it a lot. Again, I'm feeling the vibes. Like that like Forever Young song, like the 80s, like a Jupiter 8 kind of, or maybe not a Jupiter. I don't know if it's a Jupiter. I don't have a Jupiter 8, but some kind of like really nice super saw-y. Yeah, I got you, dude. This is really good. I love that shit right there. And see, like, sometimes I'll do, like, do, like, with a different, totally different synth or something, just, like, kind of like as a, like a do, you know, I don't know, some do of some sort, at, like, a high frequency, just to kind of, like, I just try to change something every, like, 8 bar or 4 bar or whatever, you know what I mean? Usually when you do it with drum, all you have to do is do it with drums, and you can just cheat by having a giant full drum. You just do one thing, and then what you do is you duplicate it. Like you do one loop. Can't see. Anyways, you kind of build one really like full, everything's there thing, and then when you duplicate, you turn things on and off, and then it keeps it moving, interesting. You know what I mean? Yeah, dude. Is it sick? This is a good one. Also, yeah, like, just kind of like, fucking around on a piano. I usually do that, and then I, like, go back in and make sure it doesn't sound, you know, like, bad. Yeah, no, this is, dude, this, I noticed that when I played it, I was like, holy shit, that is the same harp. I was like, oh my god. Because I was thinking to myself, I want this harp, and then I was like, wait, Is this the same one? I'll send you stuff for this too. Like I'll just send you some stems. Like I say this a lot. I'll send people stems, but like I'll send every time I do something with anything anyone sends me. I want to send them stuff back that they can use. If that makes sense. So if you give me a BPM, here I'll show you something cool. By the way, I have a Max for Live device, which will figure out. Watch this. Turn this on. Yeah, so now we know we're in Blink. We're either in E major or A major or C sharp minor, F sharp minor. This is a good, it's called Scale Observer. I think it costs like $10 or something like that. I forgot. It's been a while since I bought it, so it's awesome. I use it everywhere. Yeah, no, I'll absolutely take a look at see what I can see. The thing is, I wanna have your input whenever I don't wanna just take your MIDI. I love this stuff. No, I'm with you. I'm now currently in the same boat, but there are ways around it. You know what I mean. I got you. But I mean, you could just send me stuff either way, and I'll do the old analyses. But god damn it, this is a nice one. I mean, honestly, what I could do, I'll just do like a stream song, and I'll send you this MIDI back, or I'll send you something back, because I really like this. I just don't even want to do anything else besides use this right now, because I love it. Yeah, keep working on those ARPs, because these ARPs are phenomenal. Yeah, like these are really good. Yeah, dude, I love this ARP. I love this ARP. This is really good. Yee, Oscar, let's go. That dude, yeah, you nailed it. I don't know what you're doing, but I like it a lot. First of all, this whole area, I like it a lot. I don't know what you're doing, but some interesting modulation. Something was a little weird here, but besides that, hold on. But I hear some ARP coming in. Very interesting. This, I already know I'm gonna like it. I already know I'm gonna like it. Just that one, like, that one sound. That's it. You sound like you should like Virtual Self. I don't know if you know Virtual Porter Robinson stuff, like the Dance Dance Revolution type, like neo trance. I think is the new term for it. So there's a trick to get the kick even louder without making it louder. It's that same dip around the fives, it's between the 3 and 1000 hertz mark, and you do a dip there, possibly a little bit the clicky area, not too much though, because I like click in the kick, if that makes sense. And then you turn the whole thing up after you cue those down just a little bit. twitches are sick. I'll show you new trance right after this song, though. I got you. I'll be here. Some super saws in the back would really, like, I know there's gonna be a build up, so I know some super saws, and then you could either high pass or low pass them in, or both at the same time. I gotta show you, I can't listen to this and you not know what neo-trance is. I can't find the right one. Yeah, very good though. Oh, dude, all day, all day. I'll be here every time I'm on. I'm always down for some feedback, and you know, I like to at least try to see if I could. It's easier to give feedback if I can, you know, show you at the same time, which is kind of fun for me too, you know, because then I get a. It's good to think about things and say them, and instead of just, you know, thinking them while you produce it. That's why I really like Twitch and talking to you guys. And god damn it, you sent me this MIDI and it's a wild MIDI, dude. It's a wild MIDI. get house and like Deadmau5 into drum and bass. I want to get. Wish he did more drum and bass, but I don't think he's really done any too much. Maybe a little bit. Yee. DNB, D and mouse. Boom. Instant arrangement. Let me get this just right. Okay, so there are the stamps. See, that's why I have this as my default, but as you can see, it's a little bit clippy. Good thing is Ableton's all 32-bit. All I need to do is turn every track down by exactly this much, and it should be fine. But we don't need to do that right now. We'll do that later when we restem it. What we can do is take this, go over here, and then run it through the master by pressing this off on the monitor, and then pressing record on here, setting it to in, and letting it run again. Actually, you know what would be interesting would be to try to make it sound lo-fi. This is a technique by turning warp off, and then you turn it down or up. Actually, up does a little bit more decimation, but you know, just a couple up or couple down. Let's do it right here real quick. And then we're going to get it back to normal after we record it again. This is kind of emulating how they recorded things from tape to tape to tape to tape back in the day, as well as we're going to also be able to add noise into the mix, and then when we bring it back, it's going to have a tape distortion effect without having to do much. Let's record this master out. Okay, so now that we have this master, we can essentially do either the same thing and just pipe it through again while turning warp off and actually going back down to extend it. But actually, one thing I did want to do was this, and that is leave it where it is there, while also maybe sending, let's see if I can find any vinyl scratching sound. I used to have a whole, like, 3-hour thing of my own record player's vinyl scratching sounds. I don't know where it is anymore, so I'm going to just search. Good, but I don't want it to be looped in a way that makes sense. I want it to be constantly off. If you're gonna do that, then you just kind of do that. Now we're gonna. This will introduce a little bit of natural error. Remember, the song has already, been sped up or whatever, so it's already off. That will add up to a good combination of things when we turn it back to normal. That and then plus this. This. That's going to also emulate what a record player kind of, older records sound like. So let's get another master made out of these two things, then we're going to bring it back down to normal speed. Now we couldn't hear the vinyl because it was going directly to this. This is going out to sends only, so I did that on purpose because I don't want to hear it in there. I want to hear it not in there, if that makes sense. I'm going to turn warp off and then bring it back down to normal speed. So now you can see everything's back to being in alignment, but now it's been sampled in a weird way. So let's see how it sounds without any ozone on this, and also not this. So this has a little bit more lo-fi. Obviously, it's got a little bit to go. There's a few things. Anyways, let's do something else that's weird to this. We're going to do additional weird things. There's something called Spleeter. Mr. Bill has a video on it, and watch this. It's pretty wild. Uses come on. I don't want to do. Okay, we'll do this later. I have another idea, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this one more time and crop the clip real quick. Press this edit button. It'll pop it into Isotope RX, which is here. And what we're going to do is something interesting, and that is spectral denoise. But what we're going to do is we're going to try to output the noise only. This is going to give us like crackles and sounds that we're not supposed to have in the song, but we're going to use those as like weird percussion and shit, all that weird stuff. Some resample porn, just resampling. It's going to be nice. The other way you could do is you could do decrackles and declicks, and then you can use the clicks as percussion. Let's actually just do the click one. The click one's better. So we take all the clicks that this thing's supposed to be taking out. We actually are outputting the clicks. So we're doing the opposite of like saving this duplicate file that we just did. And what we're going to actually do is use those clicks as additional sampling material. I just like using sounds we already made in a track to create more sounds. So now we got a bunch of crap here, and we're going to use that crap to make gold. Alright, so that's free like percussion if you process right, process it right. So let's bring this out of here. Just listen to it with the regular song, and probably make it sound a lot better. Resample bullshit. Oops. What is wrong with that? Okay, let's see. Let's set the selection. Try that. Free percussion right there. Okay, guys, I'm probably gonna take a maybe like a 45, maybe an hour break, something like that. Then I'm gonna come back. I'll be back. All right. Peace out. You guys are awesome. I'm gonna be back. I'll be back on. I'm always on. So I'm also gonna send all. I'm gonna try to send all this stuff. I'm gonna get this stuff to everyone, or to you. I'm gonna get this to you specifically, and then I'm gonna try to get everyone's stuff that I've also, had the pleasure of working with to them as well. And I'll be back in like an hour. I'll do that probably then also, but I will see you guys, and I will see you soon. If anything, I will see you soon. Absolutely. All right. Peace out.